Hello everybody and welcome back live to coverage of your Simraceway free-to-play championship here at the Sonoma Outer Go-Kart course. It's about less than 30 seconds a lap here in the 500 to 700 skill point race, and we know that we've seen free-to-play content in the past, but this one is the Simraceway Go-Kart, the complete freebie, the ultimate starter for any racing driver's career. Who's going to start theirs today? Let's find out. A slow start off the line there by JL2. I think he may have got some latency issues. You were talking about it earlier on. Are we going to see something prevail from that though as they go through turn one? Watch out there for Danish Man in second. Is he going to be able to capitalise perhaps on the lead? And maybe in fact he has already, as JLL may have got these problems a bit too much to deal with and retired from the race. But as we come towards the end of lap number one already, as we say, very short laps here, less than 30 seconds. It looks to me like this could very well be a big result here for Danish Man. Kelsey G second and James 38 behind in third. Still staying with them. That's the beauty of this short circuit. There's not really a lot of time to gain or lose. Times are very even between the drivers without being, forced into an error or anything. You're only going to be a few tenths of a second behind the man you're chasing. And Kelsey G really looking to apply the pressure on Danish Man now as they fly through that final corner again and back onto the main straight. So 2 laps down, 21 laps to go. And Kelsey now getting scarily closer to the 26.3 last time by. Still a couple of tenths slower actually than the race leader, but he was getting a little bit closer, wasn't he? If I wasn't mistaken, he's definitely reeling him in through that chicane section, and it looks like he perhaps is losing time elsewhere. We'll see how much truth is behind that statement there as I come towards the end of lap number 3 with Danish Man still in firm control at the moment and James 38 slowly dropping off into the distance. And Kelsey very wide on the lockup there. I'm pretty sure that wasn't intended. You don't want to be making too many more errors like that anytime soon, because otherwise he's going to really be in trouble. He needs to try and make the most of what he's got right now, otherwise he could suffer big time. Of course, in this championship it's only a few rounds. You need to get the absolute most out of your car, or carts in this case, before we come to an end. Obviously the early points are so crucial when you get into that final round. The last thing you want to be doing is scrambling around for extra points. We'll see what the case is with these drivers as we come towards the end here. Kelsey now trying to go to the inside and a bit of contact. They both go off. Is James 38 going to take the lead? He's coming and he's in the lead. James 38, our oldest member here in Simraceway, on lap number 5 has now got 7 seconds clear. Kelsey may get reprimanded for the incident, but what an upset this could be. James 38 is our oldest member here in Simraceway, not in terms of longevity of being a member, but in terms of age. What a charismatic drive this could be. I don't think he's ever led a Sunday competitive race that's been live streamed, if I'm correct. As I say, please correct me if I'm wrong, but this could be monumental for James with laps only 20 seconds or so. It's going to be really interesting now to see what sort of lap times he can produce. The leaders were doing 26.3, he's doing 26.9, so he'll lose about a second a lap. He may hold on. He may well hold on. It's going to be a truly remarkable victory if he can pull it off though, won't it? James 38 looking for his first ever Simraceway victory in a competitive championship race weekend. Another lap down. They'll be on lap number 8 of 23 here now. What's he got planned in the tank? Now they make their way down the straight again. I mean, you take a look at what Kelsey's doing. Kelsey's off again. So Kelsey with more errors, and what James really needed was Kelsey to get right on the back of Danishman and to really hammer down the pressure. If Kelsey gets close to Danishman and starts having a bit of a battle with him, then that's going to mean that James can slowly sneak. No, James has spun, and James has had an issue at the final corner, and that's now going to lose him the lead. Danishman back in first place. James is now second, and he'll be slightly disappointed with that one. Maybe the pressure just got to him in the end. He'll be so disheartened with that one, that's for sure. As we approach half race distance here, we're only 4 minutes into the race. But what a race it's been so far. Danish leads from James with Kelsey now trying to bash in second, pushes him off the circuit. A little bit cheeky there by Kelsey. You can't be doing that. That's only going to end in perhaps more penalties. He's already been involved in a couple of incidents, isn't he, here today? One of his own, one involving Danish Man. To the inside he goes. Oh, he's gone really far to the inside actually. He may have got the move stick. Yes, he has. So now it will be once again a flat out race with Kelsey and Danishman. 2 seconds adrift for Danishman and Kelsey at the moment. On the final corner again they go. Danishman currently 4 seconds away. He's going to need something quite special if he's going to perhaps come back on our race leader now. Now Danish approaches half race, that 12 complete of 26.7, and now look at this, James is back in second after Kelsey made yet another error and holds his line through turn 1. James is not letting this go, getting more and more confident in his own ability in that kart it seems. Yeah, it's a bit wide, and I think we may see a bit of a reprimand for Kelsey coming soon because he's been banging and clattering around. Yeah, he's going to drive through, so he's been clattering around like he's in a bumper car arena. So this may well solidify James' position in second. And crosses the line now 68 miles an hour down straight into the first corner. Already dropped another 1.9 seconds back. So that should see the end of the battle for the foreseeable future. And now, yeah, so he pulls into the pit lanes, does Kelsey. And slows right down. It's going to be heartbreaking. 20 miles an hour through there. Look, and it's going to be said it's deserved, really, because he's been involved in a lot of incidents. I had to drive through, but he stopped. Now, if he's stopping in his pit box, which he is, that will not count as a penalty. As far as I'm aware, unless he's got damage or this is a separate pit stop, that will not count, and he will have to serve it again. So, not an ideal scenario here for Kelsey. For James, in fact, he's only 1.6 away from Danishman now. Is there still a very late twist in this tail? Can Danishman make another error or two and let James maybe win the race? There's definitely potential to do so, isn't there, as they go down now in towards the final corner again. Let's see, it's actually extended a bit, so James doesn't have the outright pace to do it. He needs a little bit of lady luck on his side. And that, of course, is all variant on Danishman's consistencies, or therefore lack of. So now look at this again. It has come down a bit since last lap. Through they go once again for the... Oh no, it's the 17th time they'll be going through. And Kelsey has served his penalty then. So Kelsey has served the penalty. Obviously that pit stop was a bit longer than intended, so he won't need to be going back in the pit lane once again. Out of the chicane, and James now trying to attack Danishman with what could be one of his biggest results of his career. Will be another podium for him. He has done very well this championship inside this skill comp so far. And now see what he's made of as they cross the line again. Oh, and James has spun almost and keeps control of it. Now, where's Kelsey in return? He's a lap down, so I don't think he'll be in any contention to maybe take a position away from James. But, you know, for his own benefit, I'm sure he would absolutely love to get himself half a lap back and prove that he can drive this car at competitive speeds. It's very far through the final corner, but with only a few laps to go now and the gap ever expanding. James 38 looking like he's certain to take second, and maybe, just maybe, Danishman is going to take yet another victory. We'll see what that man is capable of. He's led for the most part, obviously, after the retirement. Earlier on we saw from the, when we started at the very front of the grid. JLL, unfortunately, as we say, suffering with some technical difficulties. We should see him back in action very soon, though, I'm sure, next week. And he did look strong in qualifying. It would have been great to see what he's capable of in this car during race circumstances. But fortunately, it wasn't to be today. There's another lap completed there for Danishman, who's on lap number 21 and 23, as he brings that gorgeous Simraceway car around the opening corner once again. So James, as we say, about 4 seconds away at the moment. Kelty's still a lap behind, so position should be provisionally set, but it's never over until the checkered flag flies. We're about a minute away from the end of the race. Through the first corner again they come. And now James flies over the curbs into the chicane, and he just needs really a bit of an error from Danishman. One now could be so costly to Danishman 6132. But the final lap of the race is well underway then. Through the first corner they go for the last time today. 23 laps of racing in 10 minutes. And yes, it's only 10 minutes, but this track is so demanding, it's really going to take him out of the drivers. It's going to feel like a lot longer than that. I'm sure by the end of tonight's racing that the 900 to 1000 skill quad will be sweating from their palms. But one man who will be raising his palms in the air is Danishman. He wins the first race of the night in your Simraceway free-to-play championship. James 38 finishes in second. It'll be Kelty G that finishes in third and last position. So our first race of the day is completed. We've got 4 more coming for you from the Sonoma circuit and your Simraceway go-kart. If you want to get involved, head over to simraceway.com. Hello everybody and welcome back to qualifying here for your second race tonight in your Simraceway free-to-play championship. We now join the 700 to 900 skill quant, so 4 more races coming up for you, and we use a slightly different layout of your Sonoma go-kart circuit. And don't forget, you can actually visit this circuit in real life as well if you can get over to your performance driving centre. So at the Sonoma Raceway, some truly remarkable opportunities there with a chance to drive these go-karts, drive to Formula 3 cars as well. A fantastic opportunity, and hopefully in 2015 I myself will be saying hello to the people at Simraceway over there, and fingers crossed getting some content for you guys so you can see firsthand what it would be like at the PDC. So that's all a little bit up in the air at the moment. We've got to focus on what's going on here today, which is currently a very tight battle at the front of the field between HTR MX's Life. So HTR, another team that have just made their debut here in the world of Simraceway. It's nice to see that they've taken a big step forward as well. I mean, MX's Life impressed us last weekend, now finds himself at the top of the timesheets by 0.4 of a second. So then behind him, Honeyman in third, with WTTNN in second, Rob Nitro in fourth. That rounds out your runners overall. As we say, a slightly longer circuit, almost double the length. It's 0.6 miles long. It takes about 53 seconds to complete a lap. WTTNM1 is actually now only 0.08 of a second away, so he really couldn't get much closer if he tried. But, well, we'll see if he can, you know, try and maybe just push himself in front as opposed to get closer. I'm sure he'd rather be 0.08 in front than 0.08 behind. Only time will tell if he's got the pace to do so at the moment. Now he's just come across the line again, no avail. Now you can just see that through the left-hander, quick through the chicane again. Needs to get himself some momentum shifting now as he makes his way back down that short straight where he can get a nice slipstream into that long left-handed corner. Now it's right into the circuit again, and now MX's Life actually extended his gap. Last time by, he's now 300 of a second, so no longer is 8,000. It's still barely any time at all. About the speed where you can, you know, blink your eyes. So there's not much separating these drivers, but as WTTNN goes towards the end of this circuit again, he's got to try and find something sooner rather than later, because I think MX's Life is going to punish him very shortly. Otherwise, Rob Nitro is only 0.8 of a second away. Yes, it's still quite away, but it's not completely out of the picture just yet. Watch out for the pit lane over the line. He comes. Is it enough to improve? Not quite. So he is getting closer, but he's not quite there just yet. 53.594 for our pole sitter, and 53.626 currently for the man in second. So there is still perhaps a lot of work to do. We'll see if he's capable of getting the job done or no, though. It's all up in the air at the moment. We've seen this a million different times before, haven't we? 2 minutes 25 seconds left remaining, and the 4 drivers only separated by about 0.9 of a second overall, so still a very close grid. And bearing in mind the amount of catastrophes and incidents we saw in the first race of the afternoon, whilst these guys should be a lot more refined in their racecraft, there still could be a few hiccups and surprises, maybe a couple of shock results as well. And Rob Nitro actually gets himself into second. So he said Rob Nitro was close. He's only done it by 1,000th of a second. So you literally cannot get any closer to another car than that. But Rob Nitro is now in front of WTTNN1 by 1,000th of a second. Nitro crosses the line again, and he doesn't improve there. Look at that still. He's going to be very edgy right now. WTTNN also out on the circuit, so we'll be looking to maybe get himself a nice clean lap before the end of the session. You can't blame him. Time running out. He gets a bit of oversteer out of the final corner as well. He's really starting to struggle now. Through the back end he goes. He'll rise over the crest of the hill now, down that little short stint before the innards, that quick left and right through the S's chicane. And towards the end of his lap, is this going to be enough to put himself within touching distance of Rob Nitro, or maybe even MX's Live. Just 400ths of a second is between third and first. And he still can't do it. 0.033 seconds is what separates the front three. Absolutely sensational at the moment. These drivers giving it 120% out on the circuit. Is it going to be enough to earn them that much needed pole position that everyone wants, everyone craves, everyone dreams about it before they step out into their cars and rev it out of the garage? It's currently being held by MX's Life at the moment. 24 seconds remaining then, with all the drivers on current laps as well. I think it's going to be WTTNM1 that maybe finishes his first. He's just rising up through the S's part of the track now. Is this going to be enough then? The time is going to come to a close very shortly. There's the timing line. Is it going to be enough to get second? No, it's not. He still can't quite get it. So now Rob Nitro is just a few more corners away, dragging the car over the last couple of corners. The final turn has arrived. He's just going to get his car to the line now. Is he got enough to take pole position in the last stint? No, he doesn't. Which means that WTTNM1 will start from third. Rob Nitro starts second. MX's Live starts in first, with Honeyman being your last runner, starting in fourth position. So the second race of your evening here for the Simraceway free-to-play championship is about to get underway. It's MX's Life that starts in first, Rob Nitro second, WTTNM1 in third, Honeyman in fourth. But what a qualifying session it was. The drivers in the long run being separated between first and third by just 300ths of a second. What will the gap be going on down into turn one for the first time? Let's find out very, very shortly then, as MX's Life is about to get underway. A big start there as Rob Nitro gets himself to the outside, and he goes to maybe have a look through turn number two. Cool, for in the reverse layout of this circuit. The three remain the same. No real overtaking opportunities to start with. It's I think the rundown distance between the first corner and the grid is not that much at all. The WTTNN definitely got the better launch of the three leaders, as he is now all over the back of Rob Nitro very, very swiftly at the start of this race. So they make their way now through that very tight hairpin back onto the old straight where we saw much of the action happen in the previous race just a few moments ago, and it's just a bit too wide on the apex there for WTTNN. And I think MX's Life is going to be very aware that with two drivers being so close to him, in fact, only a few thousandths of a second away in some cases, he has to pull away. He's got to be consistent, and he's got to really get the hammer down early on. If he doesn't, there's going to be some big, big problems. And then the first lap of about a 1 minute there, 59.1 for WTTNN. Now what will he be able to do going into lap number two? There's a bit of elevation change there, and you can see the car getting really squiggly under the control of WTTNN, as Rob Nitro looks to maybe try and push himself just that little bit further forward and get right up in the grill of the man who's chasing our current race leader and pole sitter at MX's Life. Bit wide there, bit of dust on the tyres, shouldn't impact him too much, but he's going to be careful about the way he approaches the next few laps though. So now MX still in the lead with Rob in second, WTTN in third. Honeyman remains in fourth position at the moment. Having started there, of course, he hasn't really made any progress. He's taken a very conservative approach to this race, and you can't really blame him. There is a lot at stake here in this championship, and even though it would be last technically, a top four at this stage is very, very good in terms of his championship hopes. Now Rob Nitro is getting ever closer to MX's Life. The gap now into the last few tenths of a second. It's well under a second. So make their way out of that hairpin again, and now Rob is really starting to put the hammer down, isn't he? And MX's Life is having to deal with a lot of pressure. He's having to really work hard to keep that car to head as they go through the S's section again. How much can he deal with before just too much? And it could be now, and Rob takes a bit of a nudge. Does he lose control? Yes, he does. So sorry, immediately doesn't lose the position. The WTTNN punishes him round the outside. Can he make it stick though? He gets the inside for turn two. Yes, he does. You can see that MX's Life there, no problem. Great sportsmanship there, but WTTNN now second. That makes things a lot more complicated, doesn't it, for the man that's just been pushed down into third position after the incident. Not what he wanted at all, and I'm sure there's got to be maybe a little more in terms of creativity coming from him, otherwise he's going to find himself in some tricky situations a bit later on. Rob Nitro, the man who was just 300ths of a second away from a pole position, and only 1,000th of a second away from the man who's just overtaken him in qualifying. He's going to have his work cut out for him to get back into second. We'll see what he's capable of. Lap 4 of 18, MX's Life still leads. WTTNN still sits in second, with Rob Nitro rounding out your top three, and Honeyman rounding out your field of four runners as they dive down onto start lap number 5. So the three drivers still only separated by a few tenths at the moment, aren't they? You can't really put anything between them, as Rob Nitro looks to maybe try and move his way forward past WTTNM1, but to no avail just yet. And towards that final corner again they come. And now what has Rob got left on his plate to do? He's still got plenty of racing left to come here. Well over half the race. Only about a quarter of the way through, and he's a bit wide there as they make their way down onto that main straight. Once again, that short little flick down before the hairpin. You can see off the start line, it was pretty much just a direct 90-degree turn for MX's Life, and now the front three are actually much closer together before, well, compared to where they were when Rob Nitro had the incident. WTTNN has really taken the fight to MX's Life, but Rob Nitro has stayed right with them. It's been great to watch. And now it's all just a case of who's going to bide their time, who's going to go for a move. This circuit isn't really rewarding in terms of overtaking opportunities. And as they make their way through that left-hander on that number 6, you can see Rob just getting a bit more creative as WTT goes slightly wide in the SPM machine and almost into the inside of the S's there was Rob. And that was never going to work. He's done very well there to not go for the manoeuvre. He's played that very, very smoothly indeed. So now the real question remains just how much is Rob Nitro willing to sacrifice to get himself ahead of WTTNM1 here. There's only one way to really speculate, and that's to see how much the racing is going to take out of these drivers, but MX is really starting to pull away slightly now due to these two coming into a bit of a war of their own. Yes, through they go again. And already things starting to take a very interesting toll here as they go through the chicane. The front three still separated by less than 3 seconds. It's been brilliant to see them all so close so far. Through the right-hander again. Let's just keep an eye on exactly what these drivers are trying to plan here, because these cars can escape away from you in the blink of an eye. And before you know it, you're in a tyre wall or trying to spin it back round again. It can be so easy to do. And they've got a real problem with perhaps trying to deal with the power. I mean, that's beneath them. It's a large power to rate ratio. It's a real chore to keep these karts on a straight line. And I know, yes, they're a free kart and they're the start of every driver's career, but it's where every driver learns the basics of racecraft, where they learn how to control a car under pressure, how to attack, when to defend. It's fast-paced action, and this is where dreams are made and where careers are truly started. Well, look at this now. MX is getting extremely hounded by WTTNM1 as we approach the halfway distance. Handyman is retired, which means these are the only 3 karts left on the circuit, and Rob Nitro goes to the outside. He's tried there before, but the corner closes up so quickly it's not really worth trying, is it? As they shoot down now in towards the left-hander WTTNM, they both go wide, but Rob Nitro goes less wide, brakes earlier and sees the move coming. So Rob saw that WTT was going to go wide, just brake just a little bit harder to make sure he didn't go off the circuit, and he would retain the drive going out of the corner. So Rob Nitro now back into second where he started this race from, and MX's Life is once again going to have that slight dividend advantage as he pulls away into the distance. He's now 3.5 seconds clear. That's the most that gap has been all race long. 8 minutes into the race now, and these drivers have still got so much left on their agenda. It's all going to come down to who really wants it most, doesn't it? These karts, as we say, very difficult to control. Who's going to be the master of them though come the end of the race? A massive thank you to all 22 of you as well who've tuned into this broadcast. Fantastic to see the amount of you that have turned up. To Alex Fusions here as well. Hello to Tommy, who's watching on the YouTube channel, with the 3 drivers still going at it at the moment. MX's Life leads Rob Nitro. WTT in third, with Rob coming under a lot of pressure from Rob Nitro. Well, Rob coming under pressure from WTTNN, sorry. And now in towards that hairpin again. What is MX's Life gonna be thinking about right now? Because it's not just the race at stake, it's in terms of the championship as well. He's got 2 karts behind him, 2 karts are in qualifying, were just 300ths of a second slower. Now that is not a comfortable margin for any driver in any vehicle. You could be in a speedboat and that is still not a comfortable margin. Whatever sort of racing you're into, whether even football or anything, 300ths of a second is just not comfortable. It's not good enough. And these drivers are going to be very aware of that as WTTNN gets once again scarily close to the back of Rob Nitro. And in fact, I think he's going to look for a manoeuvre anytime soon. It's just a case of perhaps when it's going to come, isn't it? We're on lap 11, just going into lap number 12 now. And WTTNN is looking much closer than he was to Rob Nitro a few laps ago. And with the gaps keep constantly changing, it's back and forth, back and forth. But since the last bit of contact where I think WTTNN went wide, it's actually meant that the race leader, MX's Life, has pulled out a staggering 5-second lead. So another lap's in the books. And these drivers are just left to their own devices now. It's a case of who wants it most, in all honesty. And as they shoot through once again, and the tensions really start to build now. This two-stroke go-kart looks to maybe hound the man in front of him, but what can Rob Nitro do in terms of defending? There is a long road ahead of him. And you've got to feel like MX's Life may just have this turned up. I mean, with things being the way they are and drivers being about, what, 1,000th of a second slower on some laps and only 300ths in qualifying, if that pace is the exact same during the race, what we're going to see then is a real tricky scenario, because MX's Life can be just going at a normal pace and these drivers cannot gain on him. The lap's only a minute long, there's not a lot of room for error, and if you're gaining on him it will only be about a few hundredths per lap, and when your man you're chasing is about 5 seconds away, a few hundredths every lap is not going to be enough when you've only got 7 left in the entire race, and they have to start realising that now. And Rob Nitro still looking like he could be vulnerable, isn't he? I mean, there's a lot of front end grip with these ones. The rear end just steps away from you at every possible moment. And you can just listen to how much torture that engine's being put through. Constant high revs for these drivers. There's only one gear, of course. Now back down the straight for what could be one of the most important times of the day now. Not many laps remaining. And MX's Life is really trying to put some distance between himself and the two behind him. He sort of left them to their own devices, and I think in a way that could be a good thing for both drivers, because they don't have to worry about constantly pushing towards the race leader. All they've got to think about really is keeping themselves occupied amongst themselves. And again, this is a full-on classification at the moment then. Our only retirement of the day came on lap number 7. That was Honeyman who retired, but then we've got WTTNN still third, Robin second, and MX's Life still leading the race. So if you want to get involved in this championship and haven't quite yet, then get over to simraceway.com. The game is free, championship entry is free, all of the content you need is free, because this is the free-to-play championship. The car, the cars, the tracks, all completely free of charge, where you can start your own Simraceway career. You can start up in the career ladder as a go-kart driver. Do you want to go down to off-road racing? Do you fancy some open wheels? So go into our Formula 1 cars and maybe some historic cars as well. You've got the IndyCar, of course. Or maybe you fancy yourself as a touring car driver. We've got the 2011 World Touring Car Championship arsenal of cars all available to drive. If you fancy yourself as a bit of a sports car fan, we've got some prototypes from the Bentley Speed 8, the legendary British LMP, from the Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, the Le Mans winning Audi R18, and to some British GT and in fact World GT cars as well, from the Audi R8 Le Mans with the United Autosports paint scheme. We've got the McLaren MP12C, a BMW Z4 as well. Anything you could possibly imagine of racing, you can do it here in your very own free-to-play Simraceway career. So be sure to get yourself involved as well if you want to find out exactly how much fun these drivers are having. WTTN though, maybe he's not having as much fun as he'd like, because he's having to really work hard to get past Rob Nitro, and the harder he works, the more tiny errors he makes. You can see there the rear of the car just stepped out. He lost a bit of time, and in turn, Rob's able to just cling on to that position for a little longer. We've only got 2.5 laps remaining now, and the drivers are starting to panic maybe. Well, maybe not the race leader, but WTTN after that slight spin is definitely going to be not what he wanted at all. WTTN, I'm pretty sure, has just sealed his own fate there. The coffin has been maybe implanted with the final nail, and now it's WTTN is going to have to drive that car, well, the kart home, realising that he may not be as consistent as he once thought. Just the tiniest of error having the biggest of consequences. And now that should open the door for a man who's 10 seconds clear to win the race. In terms of Rob Nitro, it's only 6 seconds clear, but my goodness me, what a drive it's been for the pole sitter. So just over, well, just under a lap to go now, in fact, as MX's Life pulls his way towards the end of the circuit, and just how much is going to be at stake here for him in terms of this championship. We go into round 3 next week, and MX's Life is going to have a fantastic lead, an emphatic lead in terms of his own championship bid, and it's going to be mainly because of the drive he's given here today. So the final lap is underway, and now what can MXT do, or MX's Life? Joining the HTR team, one of the latest additions to teams in Simraceway, has now got a chance of taking their first ever victory here in Simraceway. They've taken a pole position. I'm sure they've got the fastest lap as well, but a race win will almost definitely be there. It's just a couple more corners separate him from becoming a race winner. Not that long remaining at all, is so he's just going to make his way out of the final couple of corners now. And it's going to be an emphatic victory then for MXT's Life. There's really not long left to go, but he's through and he's finished the race as a winner once again. So MXT's Life has crossed the line, and what a win that is. Rob Nitro finishes second, WTTNN finishes third, and Hanneman finishes in last position. What a drive it was for the pole-sitting HTR, though. Second place Rob, third WTTNN. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got the A race coming up for you in just a few moments' time. Hello everybody and welcome back to your third race of the evening then here in your Simraceway free-to-play championships, this time the A race here in your Simraceway event. So we've got a much bigger grid than we did previously, so a whopping 12 carts currently guiding their way around the Sonoma circuit, the track looking very densely populated indeed. We haven't really seen this in qualifying yet. Normally we used to see in the track obviously quite bare, only 3 or 4 carts out there. So the laps were notoriously going to be a bit quicker. They're going to be a bit more dangerous. The drivers have got plenty of room to experiment with different lines and maybe try and really just push themselves over the limit. But here, with a much more densely populated track, where you've got about 12 other carts, you've got a track that's only about a minute long in length, you can't really afford to do that. You've got to get that banker lap in early, and then you've got to focus on trying to improve it as time goes on. So as it stands then, the king of the banker lap at the moment is Frostbeast02 with Firefall behind him in second, Lashias third, Kobayashi 10 in fourth, Andy Bob in fifth, Sierra in sixth, Alex Hughes in seventh, Rob Nitro just boomed his way up somewhere, I believe. Oh, he's ninth at the moment, sorry. So Rob Nitro ninth, Yardstick in 10th, Nitrodana in 12th place, and WTTNN still yet to set a time, but when he crosses the line will be it's our provisional 13th position sitter. So we'll see how he goes on as the session wears in. We've still got about 6 minutes of racing left to go in this qualifying session, and bear in mind how tense we saw it end last time as well. And the man with the most laps at the moment is currently actually in... where is he to? I've actually just lost him. Nitrodana on 4 laps, as is Sierra. August 1601 there as well. Andy Bob's on 4. Frostbeast01 just completes his 4th lap, so 52.297 seconds the current gap at the moment compared to the man behind him. It's about 0.4 of a second. So Frostbeast is a 52.2, Firefall is a 52.6, so about 0.4 difference there. Kobayashi 52.7 as well. I mean, there's only 5 tenths separating the front four. We saw a much closer gap, obviously, towards the end of last qualifying session, but that can still all change. There's still plenty left to go in this one. You never know which way it's going to go. We've still got a lot of action with all the drivers completely silent at the moment. WTTNN having not set a time yet, actually. But Rob Nitro, the man who was so close to a win last time, is now in 9th position with a 53.4. So he's only about 1.1 away from getting himself in 8th, but still no one can touch the wrath of Frostbeast at the moment then. A 52.9, a 52.6 there from Firefall. Lashias there as well, a 52.63. So only 0.02 of a second there. Kobayashi 4th, Andy Bob in 5th, Julian 6th, August in 7th. With about 4 minutes remaining, still plenty that can unfold here. Now the majority of drivers having completed 6 laps as well. Let's just see how densely populated the track is. I think every single driver out there at the moment is currently in the mid part of the circuit as well. Lashias still first, Frostbeast still second, and that was WTTNA getting that drastically wrong. It's almost like he's turned thinking that that's an entrance to the corner. And you look at the other drivers that are passing him now, he's beached the car. Now is that stuck on the grass, or is he going to be able to move it? Only time will tell, but still bear in mind he hasn't set a time yet. It's not looking too good for the man that was so close to a pole position in the B race a few moments ago. So now back to the pit lane he goes then, leaving the rest of the drivers out there to do battle for pole position. Only a 1/10 of a second away is Frostbeast, and now he's gone completely on the grass. Now he's gone wayward with that one. He's found his way back onto the circuit through a little loophole, but that will not be a pole position, I can assure you. And of course, that is a real shame as well. Bear in mind that it's not going to take long for these drivers to settle into their groove. But here comes Frostbeast just over the apex there. He's gone a bit too wayward. And he's really throwing it round, isn't he? No, and that's how much he's throwing it round. Off the grass again goes Frostbeast 0-2. So not a productive qualifying session for him. Yes, he's got the banker lap in second, and now you're seeing why I mentioned and reference these banker laps so much. If you cannot get them in, you're going to struggle so much. Because let's just say Frostbeast's lap was about 5 tenths slower than it already is. It'd be about 9th position, and as he's scrambling to improve and pushing himself as hard as he is, the errors he's making, he hasn't got this on by, well, at least I start second. It will be a case of, if I don't improve, I'm going to be starting 9th. So yes, he's got the banker lap in, so his incidents aren't really too much to worry about, but there is still that slim chance that something drastic could go wrong. He's only a few seconds, well, a few tenths away actually, from Kobayashi, who's right up behind him, 1.5 away at the moment. Just see what Frostbeast is made of as they go through the hairpin. Kobayashi there as well. Firefall crosses in 4th and goes fastest. A 51.7, and Firefall is now at the fastest time of the afternoon with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. What a monumental moment that is for Firefall out of nowhere. Storms to the top of the timesheets. That is absolutely fantastic. 51 seconds to go, and a time that gets into the top of the timesheets 3.9 tenths faster than Lashias, who's gone second. Frostbeast, the man who was on pole, now on the second row of the grid. Absolutely unbelievable scenes here, and Frostbeast goes off, so he's ruined his lap as well. You just can't script this, you cannot write this sort of qualifying session down and predict it. The bookies will be having a nightmare as Frostbeast makes his way back onto the circuit again. And I think that's going to be session over for him, surely, because yeah, it is. The Frostbeast will start as high as 3rd, no higher. Firefall's back in the pits. It'll be down to Lashias to try and maybe sneak a victory here in terms of pole position. Will he be able to do it or no? That's still the question hotly tipped on everyone's lips at the moment. Bear in mind the rest of the drivers still coming towards the end of their laps as August 1601 has a spin. Sierra still pushing on as well. Yardsticks back in the pits. WTTN did set a time in the end, and it got him to I think it's a 12th position. Sorry, as Nitrodonna spins out of 11th. Just waiting for Lashias to come across the line. He spins, and that's qualifying session over for him. The rest of the drivers still waiting. I'm pretty sure it's all over except for Sierra, who's not on a hot lap, I don't believe. The rest of the drivers have finished their laps, so it is Firefall that starts on pole position. The man in second is Lashias. Third place, Frostbeast02. Kobayashi starts in P4. We'll be right back with you for the full race. So here we go then, all the hard work in qualifying, it comes down to this. 23 laps here of your Sonoma Autokarting circuit in reverse. It's 5-4 that starts on pole. Lashias in second. Frostbeast, who almost had pole until those final moments, down in third. Fourth place Kobayashi, fifth place Andy Bob. Let's see what these drivers are capable of then. The green light goes out and it's the run down to turn one so short. Keep an eye on that hairpin to see if anyone can get a nice jump round the outside. There has been a bit of contact. Rob Nitro is off there. I think he's taken Yardstick with him. Yes, he has. So not an ideal start for those two, and they're scrambling everywhere. A few drivers off, and there is a restart on the way. I'm sure that's coming very imminently. So here we go then, we are back for the restart after some carnage at turn number 1. All red lights about to go out 5-4 ahead of Lashias. Frostbeast in third, Kobayashi in fourth, and the rest of the drivers starting to wheel their way in towards turn number 1. Still no contact just yet, a little bit of argy-bargy, but nothing too drastic, much better compared to what we saw a few moments ago, although drivers 3-4 wide in some cases as they make their way down now in towards the hairpin. Oh, and there's our first bit of contact, and again, Rob and Yardstick, the same two drivers. Sierra goes a bit wide as well. Front of the field though, Firefall has taken a commanding lead over Lashias in second and Frostbeast in third. So Firefall, Lashias, Frostbeast, then Kobayashi, then it's August in 5th, Andy Bob there in 6th, Alex Fusion is currently in 7th, Nick Donna in 8th place, Alex Achu in 9th, Smokey Joe down in 10th place at the moment, 11th Sierra, 12th WTTNN. They'll try to shuffle their way through and maybe take some positions. It's line astern at the moment, as often is the case here with the go-karts. And Firefall's lost the lead there to Lashias, so big move after the man who had such a commanding lead makes a slight error, and August 1601 has had a big problem, and Andy Bob almost punishes him for that one. He can't quite get it to go. Lashias is off. I'm going to lose my breath. I don't know what's going on. Drivers are off left, right and centre. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the world of go-kart racing, it seems. So now just behind all of that carnage as well, it's nice to see finally a bit of solitude, bit of calmness amongst the drivers. Firefall now from Frostbeast, a bit of a gap forming there, about a second as they venture onto that number 3. Well, that's just been slashed in half as they make their way through. I think a bit of oversteer there for Firefall was the key defining factor in that one. But my goodness me, you could not ask for a more incredible start to a race, could you? So Firefall still leads, and now Frostbeast maybe trying to take it from him. Of course, he did hold pole position for the majority of the session. August is there in 4th, Andy 5th. 6th is Zhuzhen, big start there for him. 7th is Alex Achu, and then all the rest of the drivers now, the cavalry, start to form. And we've still got all 14 runners, which is nice to see as well. Now, where's Rob Nitro? Now, he's up to 11. Bearing in mind, he found himself in a bit of an incident earlier on, which is not good news for him. So, to recover already that far at the field is a promising sign, to say the least. It could be a lot worse. It could be a lot more frightening than that one. And then you've got WTTNN a bit further up the road. Sierra and Nitrodonna could find themselves in a bit of action very soon as well, as could Zhuzhen and Andy Bob. And that's over P5. Zhuzhen looking relatively dangerous in the opening stages here, but the fight for the race lead has taken new boundaries at the moment. Now can Frostbeast get to the inside? Not quite through there though. Although he's definitely looking for it, isn't he, as a few of the cones remain scattered through the sands here at Sonoma. They sneak through. Andy Bob now chasing August. Frostbeast in 3rd. Kobayashi's now 2nd, so Kobayashi makes his way into 2nd position. What a jump that is for him. Let's see if we can maybe make something of it as the session goes on, and even challenge for the race lead, who knows. But right now, this is going to be a very, very tricky scenario for these drivers at the moment. Frostbeast can move to the inside. Not enough through there. Almost onto the curbing. August in 4th. Andy Bob there under real pressure now from Zhuzhen, who almost got himself straight to the inside of that hairpin. Again, knocking another cone wide. So, really not a fan of cones, it seems, are they, these teams at the moment? We'll see if that does change later on, and they maybe get a bit more apologetic to the cones. But as it stands right now, they're all just taking very aggressive lines. Obviously, it's early on. They don't want to be making, haste at the moment. They need to be pushing their way through, making some moves. Nothing worse than trying to push the late on, I can assure you. And at the same time, it is important to settle yourself back down again once you've got the chance to, like Zhuzhen just does have now. No Frostbeast. They always lost it. Can he keep it? He's barely kept it on the circuit. I don't know how. That is control of a wizard, that's for sure. He's now shift through the S's again, and he's lost it. Those tyres went cold very quickly. That's a problem with the go-kart. And now that one small error where he's lost all the heat is really plaguing him as they go through that final corner again. That number 7 of 23 has just got underway. Frostbeast is under some real pressure now. You can see how wide that car is stepping out to the end of each corner. It's not looking too comfortable, is it? Not in the slightest. Over the curbing again he comes. Maybe actually still sits 2nd. Firefall still starts in the lead at the moment. Frostbeast is 3rd. August still 4th, and look at the rest of the drivers shuffling their way through. Yardsticking, I think that must have been one of the lap cars. It may have been Lashias actually, if I'm not mistaken. Now where is he in terms of the field? He's 11th, so he's just making his way past his teammate. Now this should be a straightforward move. I don't think Yardstick's going to want to hinder the progress of the much higher placed teammate who's just lapped him here on lap number 7. It'll just be a swift move out of the way and then leaving him to his own devices. So look as well at the first corner at the moment and how the drivers are faring through that hairpin. Zhuzhen then is making his way through. Nice gap there. Oh, and Nitrodonna goes on 2 wheels out of the final corner. If anyone's want to enter in the Simraceway picky competition, that could well be a contender as Lashias comes back on circuit there. Almost makes a bit of contact with Alex Achu. Lashias down to the inside of Alex. He's going to sweep it right round. They get a bit close. He knocks into Lashias, and The SDEV pilot spins around. Unfortunate there, as Lashias now rejoins the circuit. It's been a very, very peculiar start to the race for the SDEV boys. We're used to seeing them much higher up the order, that's for sure. But the front three at the moment, still Firefall that leads. Kobayashi second, Frostbeast just behind them in third and starting to press on just a little. And Frostbeast, the man who started from third, and we can say was in the majority of control in terms of qualifying and hasn't really been able to get his ground going since. And very heavy braking in towards that first corner again. Frostbeast looking to cut underneath Kobayashi, but runs out of road, doesn't he? There was unfortunately no way that that was going to be able to stick through there, despite his finest efforts. Oh, and he's lost it! And it looked to me like Kobayashi had a bit of an error anyway, but now Frostbeast has had an error all on his own. So not good for the man in third position, and now maybe even August can have a bit of a challenge for him and see if he can establish himself as a contender here. So lap 10 and 23, things getting very, very intense at the front of the field as Firefall seems to be pushing that car more and more. I'm not sure if he's racing on a keyboard or a joypad perhaps, but the wheel motions are very frantic and it's very difficult to control here around Sonoma. You can see the kart stepping out, violently twitching left to right, Kobayashi following in second. He's still there in third after dropping back quite a way. Smokey Joe in 10th is under pressure from Rob Nitro at the moment, that'll be intriguing. Bearing in mind Rob Nitro's not had the easiest time in the world recently. He's already been involved in a couple of incidents and he's trying to get to the inside of Smokey there. And Smokey runs wide. The two are still side by side at the moment, but Smokey Joe's able to keep his head down and therefore retain the position, leaving Rob with a bit of work to do. Now even Lashias is trying to capitalise on Rob Nitro's misfortune now as they go through the outside of the final corner. Back onto the very short, very narrow pit straight. He's trying to switch round the outside. He cut back underneath again and fortunately can't quite find any room through there. So this is a three-way battle currently over P10. And of course all points vital in this, and Smokey goes wide. They're almost three wide there. That was never going to work. Two of them collide. Lashias says thank you very much. Right around the outside of both of them. Smokey Joe and Rob Nitro both lose out, and Lashias moves up into the top 10. Now Rob maybe trying to inch his way to the inside to get the position back, having just dispersed. I think in a way he wouldn't have liked to of Smokey Joe, but nonetheless he has got his way through in his very long go-kart race. And a bit further up the field, all the battles really coming to a bit of an end at the moment. It's all very quiet other than that battle right in the heart of the rear end of the field, isn't it? With Lashias, Rob Nitro and company. So we're still unsure as to what role this is all going to unfold as. But oh, and now we weren't predicting that one. There's a plot twist like Game of Thrones. Lashias off the circuit onto the grass out of nowhere, spun on his own. Not what he wanted whatsoever. That is a real problem there for him. And I'm sure that he's going to be so disappointed and have to try and work even harder to come back into this one. Now Lascias looking maybe a bit slower than he was before, very understandably as well. Sierra's had a bit of an error, and in turn Nitrodonna has capitalised on it. A bit further forward now, Alex Jugin is having a fight with August 1601, and August to the inside. Very unusual place to park your cart for a move, and the apex tightens up so quickly, but he's somehow done that with minimal contact. Very well played there by August. Talk about creativity, you do not get more creative than that. August 1601 now into the top 4 in the fray to fight for a podium should there be any further incidents. That was a brilliant piece of driving by the man who's now been recently promoted into the top 4. Absolutely brilliant. So August is now going to try and pull away from Jugin to make sure all of that hard work doesn't come undone right before his very eyes. So now making their way through again. August runs a bit wide there. Alex Jugin in 5th place. 6th is Andy Bob. 7th Nitrodonna. Sierra behind in 8th at the moment, trying to maybe capitalise on any mistakes he makes, but they both made them at almost mirror times there, and they can't really be doing that once again. So can Sierra really push himself that extra mile? I mean, we're over halfway into the race now. Lap 16 of 23 is well underway. 30 minutes into the race, and Sierra getting closer and closer as they bounce over the curbs, and the same fate has happened to Nitrodonna. I think just the cart's gone airborne and it's spun round on top of the apex, or something very similar at least. So Nitrodonna down to 8th position. Again, a massive hello to everyone who's currently watching this broadcast live on our YouTube channel. If you want any of our social media info and to get in contact with us, it is all in the description below. But if you, in case wondering, or maybe got it open in another window, then it is our Facebook page is facebook.com/Simraceway. Our Twitter is @Simraceway, and my personal one, Liam Jenkins21. But be sure to go to our official website, simraceway.com, to learn how you can get involved with all of the action, the racing that you've seen here today. Firefall in first, Frosty still second, Kobayashi still third, August behind in fourth with Jugin pulling away from Andy Bob in fifth. Sierra and Nitrodonna a bit more separated than they would have liked to have been after a couple of incidences. Sort of made their fate very separate compared to what we all expected. Smoky Joe getting very smoky around turn number 1 on lap number 17. And Frostbeast now getting very close to the man in second, and a bit of contact. Almost puts them both in the gravel trap, but to no avail just yet. Frostbeast has got to think a little bit more carefully. It's not just the fact that this kart track is narrow. The karts themselves are also quite wide. I mean, you can see how wide the rear end is and how far the axles stretch out. But this is the battle that had always been going on, and Frostbeast to the inside, and he makes a little bit of a nudge. Makes his way through. This battle's been raging on for quite some time. And now Frostbeast gets himself into second. He narrowly missed out on pole position, and now looking to make up for it. But is he going to stay there? Will there be a reprimand after a little bit of argy-bargy, or will that be deemed as a racing incident? And will Kobayashi be able to come back and re-attack for him? There's still a lot that could change during that forefront of the action. I mean, I didn't realise how close those two drivers were actually to each other, but it is absolutely brilliant to see. It's been back and forth between them all afternoon. August 1601 isn't that far behind them. So 5th and 6th, Jugin and Andy Bob still not separated by too much at the moment. But Firefall is already leading on towards that number 20, so it'll be 4 laps to go very shortly for him in what has been a brilliant drive. And remember the pole position he took as well, just absolutely sensational lap out of nowhere. It was as low as 7th, I think, prior to the lap, so to come out and storm himself onto the front row was a magnificent achievement. And I'm sure he's going to take that one step further now, and getting himself Not only onto the podium, but onto the top step, get himself another trophy for the cabinet, and more importantly, some new points for his championship bid. So lap number 20 is in the books almost, and Alex Achu's got a shot at Nitrodonna now. We've got Rob Nitro a bit too far away, but these two are going to have to move out of the way very swiftly in a moment to let some much faster carts through, and Nitrodonna goes a bit wide. Alex keeps his line tight, very sturdy through there. Nitro goes a bit wide again. And in turn, Alex is just able to reel him in, and look how much oversteer he got through there. It's almost like he purposely tried to drift it. I've never seen such utter control in a go-kart before. That was sensational. Here they go again into the left-hander, and a bit of a wobble. Nitrodonna starting to struggle a little. Alex is really trying to stick it to him now, and you can see why. There's a lot that hangs in the balance here. Every point is vital as we go into week 3 of the championship next week. And now Alex is maybe doing the best he can in the work that's been given to him, but may not be enough. Firefall, however, already starting lap number 22, so he's on the penultimate lap of the race. Alex and Andy Bob starting to get a little bit closer as well. They start their penultimate lap now, and look how wide Andy Bob's gone into that hairpin to try and cut underneath. He's taken a much wider line to get a much better drive out of turn number 2, but unfortunately that kind of backfires. Andy Bob has not really done what's been needed of him there, and he's got to do a lot more to get this final top 5 position. A top 5 on anyone's stat sheet is a simply remarkable feat to accomplish. Now into that left-hander again. I mean, this is going to be the real battle, and Zhuzhen goes wide. Andy Bob punishes him for it, goes straight through. So whilst he couldn't do what was needed of him a few corners ago, it was Alex Zhuzhen that did the opposite of what was needed of him right then. He loses a position, down to 6th he goes. Sierra's not that far away if there's any more incidences like that. But now Firefall has got himself a clear run to the line. He's not that far away from the end of his lap. He's just got a couple more corners to go. About halfway through the lap at the minute. And the man who started his race on pole position is about to claim a victory in the 700 to 900 B race. 2 more races coming up for you tonight. Firefall is bound to feature in at least one of them. Let's see how he goes then. Sweep through the final corner, and what a win it is. 23 laps complete. Firefall wins the second round of your free-to-play championship. It'll be Kobayashi that is surely going to take second, with Frostbeast taking third. A good result there for August 16.01 in 4th. What a drive for him. Andy Bob will take 5th. Zhuzhen will take 6th, or Willie. He's trying to push back. Keep an eye on these two. I think the fray is not over just yet. There's still a few more corners to go, but it's not enough. Andy Bob takes 5th, Zhuzhen 6th, 7th will be for Nitrodonna, 8th for Rob Nitro, 10th Flashy Ass, 11th WTTN M1, Alex Achu in 12th, and unfortunately slump there down towards the end of the race. 13th Smokey Joe, and 14th is SDEV Yardstick. So again, a full field finishing. Great attrition rate, great consistency by all the drivers, and in turn it's left us with a brilliant race to bring us into your 900 to 1100 A race coming up for you a bit later on tonight. But from us here in the 700 to 900 skill quad, we'll be right back with you shortly with some more action. everybody, and welcome back to qualifying for the first of your 900 to 1100 skill quant races in round 2, sorry, don't get too excited there, of your Simraceway free-to-play championship. My name's Liam Jenkins. I'll be covering all of the action for you over the next hour and a half or so that we've got remaining in today's racing action. In terms of qualifying at the moment, it is Graufinkel PL that starts on pole, Lazarus second, Clark 10 in third. It's then in Ganj in P4, Segadila in P5 at the moment. The entire top 5 separated by about 7/10 of a second, but between second and fifth, just 3/10 of a second. So make of that what you will. Graufinkel is flying ahead. The rest of the drivers are ridiculously close together. So you can see there is getting very up close and personal between everyone else right now. Lazarus still there as well, and a bit further down the field. I mean, ours works, for instance, only a 10th of a second up. Popo's then in 9th, Acosta is in 10th place. And I'll tell you what, I think both drivers have just spun at the same corner there, interestingly enough. The one that leads on 76 has just gone through. And Darek off circuit there. Now I think he's just doing a more scenic route to let the more faster drivers go through. But it's still Graufinkel and leads. Another is still P2. Clark 10 is in third at the moment. And a lot of drivers going wide. Now we spoke earlier about how densely populated this grid is and how narrow the kart circuits are. And you've seen exactly why this is such an issue, because the circuits are so narrow. When you've got 2-3 drivers all vying for track space and lap times, it can get pretty congested, tensions can run wild, and emotions along with it, and you can make some silly errors. If you can't get a banker lap in early, it can be so costly come the end of the session. With laps only a minute remaining, drivers have really got to do their utmost in terms of getting that banker lap in nice and early. And then I think the rest comes to them. It's mistake. You don't get it in, you're going to struggle. We've got about 2 minutes 35 left in the session, so that really is a case of getting that lap in as fast as you can. I mean, even down to 9th place, there's only 9/10 of a second separating 1st to 9th at the moment. Everyone else is really flying except Lazarus, who was on a blinder of a lap and has just binned it there, and he's going to rejoin just before the S's part, so not ideal there for him at all. They make their way down in towards the final couple of corners again. So Graufinkel in the pit lane actually. Now that is interesting. So one of the only drivers in the pit lane is the man who's fastest by quite a comfortable margin. He's 3.9 tenths up. So whether he's sat there having a cup of tea and just thinking about the session just gone or no, remains to be seen. But he's currently fastest. Second place is Lazarus. Third, Segadila. Fourth, Clark 10. Fifth in Ganj. He's still out on the circuit at the moment. Costa, Litos, Bolinas there with some real traffic ahead of him in terms of Lazarus 16. Not ideal there. Bolinas in turn has actually just pulled over and given up, I think, on that lap, and you can't really blame him. Diamondback trying to pass Litos and then failing, I think. That's the trauma of this circuit, exactly what we were talking about a moment ago. Drivers just really struggling to not only find track space, but enough of it to find time, because you can have track space, all the track space in the world 1 minute on your 9th or 10th attempt, and you've got lines and lines and miles of tarmac ahead of you. And the next thing you know, you've got 2 or 3 cars right behind you. So Graufinkel comfortably in the pit lane. He won't be setting another time. Lazarus crosses the line and doesn't get any closer. Diamondback still P4. Ganj is Still in 6th as well. Rags is in 7th over the line as the session comes to an end. He can't improve. The rest of the drivers are doing the best they can. Bolinas is unable to get himself a bit higher up than he would have liked. Clarkton goes over the line now from 5th. And that's where he will stay for now. Inganj in the pits. Ragster in the pits. Acosta's coming towards the end of his attempt. Lazarus is coming through as well. Segadila can't improve from 3rd. Now, where is Lazarus? This is a man we need to watch. The only real contender to take pole position away from Graufindo is rounding the final corner as we speak, and he's almost lost it. And if he gets pole position now, it's a rugged lap, and he can't quite do it. I think that slight error at the end cost him dearly. The rest of the drivers come towards the end of their laps. That's the end of qualifying. Graufindo sips his tea in the paddock with a comfortable pole position. So the penultimate race of the evening then about to get underway for round 2 of your Simraceway free-to-play championship. It's Grafin that starts on pole position. Lazarus starts behind him in second. Segadila just alongside in third, with Diamondback rounding out the front 2 rows of the grid. 4 red lights along the way. We've got 13 drivers lining up in the go-karts, looking to try and make a statement here in the halfway mark of the championship. The lights go out and the run down to the hairpin is already underway. It's such a short run, slightly elongated over the run they raced on slightly earlier on, and Grafin gets a mighty launch into the corner for sure. Segadila goes very wide, maybe lose second, indeed he has, and fourth as well. Bit of contact in the backfield, 2 drivers go off. Segadila's one of them. I think that's 4 drivers off at the same corner there, so Diamondback's off as well. Ragster and Enganj also becoming casualties, and we do get a restart coming due to the unfortunate incident. They'll be right back with you very shortly. So we're back here one more time then for the penultimate race of the afternoon. 27 laps of this circuit about to get underway. The drivers may be struggling with the distance, they may be struggling with the consistency with the circuit and the vehicle so demanding. Who's going to be the king of Sonoma here today? Only one way to find out. We're off a big start there by Segadila in third. The pole test got off to a tremendous launch as the rest of the field swamped into the first corner. And I think Enganj and Diamondback definitely got the best of that and even more carnage. I'm not sure if there's going to be a restart or no, but I think we've got, it's Aris Works on the roof. So restart is again coming very, very shortly. So third time lucky for the drivers here in the penultimate race of your Simraceway free-to-play championship tonight. We're at round 2 from the Sonoma go-kart circuit. My name's Liam Jenkins and it is Grafindel PL that starts on pole position with Lazarus in second, Segadillo in third, running back in fourth. We'll see what the field can do on the run down to the first corner. It's all been a bit messy in the past couple of times. Hopefully the drivers have learned to just settle down a bit. Only one way to see as they stream down to the hairpin for the first time, and a terrible start there for Lazarus as they all dive down into the first corner. A little bit of argy-bargy again, nothing too over the top, and for the first time today the field will go through without contact, which is great to see. So fingers crossed they can keep that kind of racing up, and I think I spoke too soon. Yes, I have. So off into the background there, I believe, went Diamondback. He's able to rejoin to the circuit, but a bit more contact now with Ragster. Sees him go a bit too deep as well, and he's just lost 4 positions. So down to 11th place he goes as they nimble their way through the chicane. Harris Works also off there, so in the early stages these go-karts obviously take a while to warm up with the tyres, and that's been a real problem. So he's got the kart back going again, but with cold tyres it's very easy to lose the car at a hairpin when you've struggled so hard already to keep it going in the right direction. Towards the end of the first lap though, 1 down, 26 to go, and Grafindle's got himself a 3.5 second lead, so a tremendous start there by Grafindle. Lazarus currently second, third Segadillo, then Clark, Diamondback, then the 2 FPM boys of Popo and Litos in 6th and 7th position at the moment, Costa in 8th, Ragster in 9th place. Rounding out your top 10 is Darek. Belinas P11 is chasing him down, actually getting a bit closer as they go through the right-hander. Let's see if he can maybe move to the inside or no. Bit too far away that time by, but he's definitely looking slightly more aggressive, isn't he, as he rides the curves through there and just tries to maybe eke out his opponent and get a slightly better run. He's gone a bit too wide though, going off of that apex, and that is going to cost him dearly if he keeps making mistakes like that. Lockups in these go-karts do not treat you kindly, and the 2-stroke engine will soon rev its way out of your control. Let's just see what the rest of the field can do. Oh, and Belinas there with a massive twitch of the wheel. So now there's a long line of karts you can see just making their way towards the back end of the circuit, all the way from about 3rd position. Segadillo, Clark in 4th, then Diamond, Popo, Litos as well, who's gone a bit wide there. Costo maybe looking to punish him for it, hasn't been able to do so just yet, despite a very fine effort indeed. I've got a feeling there's still plenty more where that came from, but these two at least have been very rugged so far, and it's only going to continue that trend, isn't it? Through the hairpin they go again as we come towards the end of lap number 3, and starts our 4th encounter of the Sonoma circuit out of 27. Lazarus now 3.4 seconds behind. We compare lap times in just a moment at 53.1 for Grafindel, 53.3 for the man chasing, with 53.5 for Segadillo, and progressively slow as you go through until Popo with a 53.5. So impressive pace there by the man who's currently 6th position, and chasing down Diamondback. He's got his teammate right behind for some rear gunner support, but he could be in contention of a podium position here. He's chasing down, as you say, Diamondback in 5th. He's got Clark 10 in 4th. He's not too far away from Segadillo in 3rd, so you never know, FPM could still find himself on the podium here in the final, penultimate race of the afternoon. Shift their way down through the very tight back section of this circuit into the hairpin again. Watch the elevation change as the car goes weightless for just a few moments. It really can be costly to any driver that just maybe not paying 100% attention, and the back end can step away in just an instant. Another lap complete, a 54.2, so Popo flying there, but not enough compared to the 52.4 that our race leader's doing, a 53.2. The Segadillo, a 54.0 for Clark as well. Ragster on a 53.6, so the man in 8th is catching that train very quickly. And the Clark carriage is starting to really pick up speed now. Clark, Diamond, Popo, Litos, all so close together at the moment. Can't really put anything between them. It's going to be very intriguing to see who can navigate their way to the top of the pile of that one. So right now it is Clark that is currently doing so, but perhaps going to struggle a bit more than he'd like. Nice battle forming there as well with Arrows Works, and I think that must be Darek as well. Yes, so Darek in 11, trying to stay ahead of Arrow's Works at the moment as they make their way down the straight to get towards the end of lap number 5 and start their 6th lap of the circuit. Still no avail for them just yet. With a 54.2 for Arrow's Works compared to the 55.2 for Darek, you can already see that the SPM vehicle looking much more deadly here around this Sonoma circuit. Now they sweep through the left-hander. Is Arrow's Works going to maybe have his work cut out for him, or can he make mincemeat here of Darek? We're only going to find out by keeping an eye on that battle as we take a look a bit further up at what's going on with that train. And two SPM drivers of Litos and Popo still very close together as Diamondback looks to keep them at bay in 5th place and also keep Clark 10 in check, who's trying to escape them in P4. He hasn't been able to do so just yet, however. All drivers still only separated by under a second, a 53.5 for Clark, a 53.4 for Diamond, 53.9 for Popo, a 53.3 for Litos. So Litos really starting to apply pressure, and as I've said that, he's just passed his teammate on the inside of turn 2. So big move there for Litos. Now it's a case of anything you can do, I can do better. What can Litos do in response? Now he's passed Popo. Can he make the most of the opportunity that's been given to him and now set his eyes on that rear end of Diamondback and look to maybe convert it into an overtaking manoeuvre? Clark in 4th, Sagadila's in 3rd, Lazarus still 2nd, and Grauffindel now with an almighty 8-second lead at the front of the field. So he really is starting to pull away now. Extraordinary pace by Grauffindel. There's no other way, well, no other word for it is though. He's just been sensational at the front today. Grauffindel, then Lazarus, which is about 4 seconds behind, then Segi, and then Clark and Diamondback, who are currently 4th and 5th at the moment. Litos just behind them in 6th place. Popo following his teammate, having been passed a couple of moments ago. Ragster is following them very closely and looking on with intent in 8th position. He's been setting some very quick lap times as Ragster. Could still well be a factor in this race. Looking to get about a third of the way through in a couple of laps. Now Diamondback's gone very wide there and Clark 10 unfortunately unable to capitalise on that. To make their way up through the chicane again in towards the final couple of corners. As Diamondback maybe going to lose out here as Clark 10 looks just a little bit more feisty over the line. Diamond at 53.6, 54.7 for Clark, so he's dropped a lot of time somewhere along the line. That didn't appear diffident in terms of the two when they were fighting a moment or so ago. As that might get us underway, Grauffindel meanwhile is already halfway round the lap. Diamond and Clark still going hammer on Tom. Clark goes wide, the two SPM teammates getting a bit too close for comfort, I should imagine. Between the two of them at the moment, you can just see them there being accompanied by Ragster as they go up through the hairpin now. A quick left-right chicane into the right-hand hairpin. And Popo just looking a little bit more feistier than his teammate. Clark's had a bit of a problem. Litos goes through the outside. Popo's trying to watch on and capitalise. Clark can just keep the position from the SPM boy at the moment, but with Popo watching on, Litos has got to make the most of this and put some distance between. Goes to the inside. Clark leaves plenty of room. Litos on the inside now for the hairpin, but Clark swoops back across, they make contact, and Clark goes into the tyre wall. Now, it's not a retirement, but he is down to 9th position. It'll feel like one. So now Ragster goes to the inside of SPM Litos. So it's now Popo in 5th, Ragster 6th, Litos in 7th in a very quick turn of events. Is Ragster maybe going to have a shout at the top 5 here? Don't put it past him. He's definitely got the potential to do so. You know he's been setting the quick lap times. Is he going to be able to really convert it though as he goes to the inside of Popo? There was a bit of a nudge there as well. I think we all were very much aware of that one. And Popo and now Litos go back through. So SPM just running them absolutely ragged today. There's still going to be a lot of battling to come from these two drivers yet though. We're not even halfway through the race yet. Grauffindel almost lost control of the car there. He got in for a second and starts squealing from left to right as he really pushes it as far as it will possibly go. Lazarus P2, Secadilla 3rd, 18 seconds back now is Diamondback. And Popo now rounds out your top 5. little acoustic break there just to check out how high pitch these cars really are. An extraordinary sound it really is for the two-stroke engine machines. After us 5 seconds adrift now in second. Second third, Diamondback in fourth. Post still P5, Litos in sixth. No, the two are still separated by barely anything. Acosta's in seventh, and Ganji in eighth and goes a bit wide. Direct ninth. Harris works in 10th. Clark 10 in P11, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, that does it? Clark 10 in P11, so a little bit confusing, but after the incident we saw earlier on, and now off goes out, and that's Direct has gone. No, it's shifted Clark 10 in P10 if he plays his cards right. Very, very unfortunate error there. As he sails to the inside. Oh, and he hits him completely now. I don't think that was intended whatsoever. But either way, the two drivers make contact, and before you know it, we've got a right old tussle on our hands now. It's going to be very intriguing to see how the two cope with the pressures of the second half of the race. You just never know what goes through the racing mindset of the driver in this sort of predicament. Lap 13 of 27, still a very, very long way to go in these go-karts. It almost feels more like an endurance race in some circumstances. More than drivers are used to in these machines. Obviously the quick race events normally quite a bit shorter. And now let's just see what the pressure is going to be doing for the drivers a bit further back. Now Litos has elected to pit. Has he got enough fuel on board that car, or is that some sort of driver error? We'll find out very, very shortly. He's spun! That's a driver error, that's for sure, no doubt about that one. So Litos 76 with a real problem there. And he's going to be under a lot of pressure once again now from his teammate Arazwork. So as soon as you think that a bad race can't get any worse, he's now got his own teammate breathing down his neck. Looking to maybe try and steal something here inside the top 8. All of them doing very well so far though, it's got to be said. Now, obviously we're still unaware as to how much these drivers are still going to have to give or would like to give. I mean, it is a very, very difficult thing try and provide this sort of information to determine how much a driver is going to push or no just by looking at the way he controls the car. But we know that Litos 76 is going to be driving the wheels off of the thing. There's no two ways about that. So it's not really challenging his teammates hard, and that's something you've noticed here, that obviously the two SPM drivers don't really want to get in each other's faces too much. They are all competing together at the end of the day. They train together, they make setups together, discuss racing tactics together. Something which is one of the main benefits of being in a team. You have that support. If you're not really a fast or confident driver of your own ability, you can get the support and the tutoring almost that you need from your much faster teammates, which is a very, very good idea. So if you haven't set up a team yet, or you've got a few friends in Simraceway and you race together anyway, why not take it that next step further and compete against some of the other teams? I mean, now we've got like SPM, for instance, we've got SDEV, we've got, of course, the race-winning kart from earlier on. That's with his own team as well for MX Live. There's definitely a new breakthrough here in Simraceway, so be sure to try and move that forward. I'm sure we'll see a few team championships coming very shortly as well. Popo still P5, Diamondback still 4th, Segadina 3rd, Latos in 2nd, and Graufindu race leader, and Litos out of the race. And we said just as you think a bad race can't get much worse, it has now. Litos retires, and that is such a real shame. He could still go either way in terms of the other SPM boys, but as Graufindu navigates his way through traffic, you've got to feel so sorry for the other SPM driver. They started with 4, sorry. They've now got 3 remaining. Bolinas is last place at the moment. Arisworks in 8th, and other one is, Popo's currently the highest placed SPM driver. He's currently 5th position at this stage, so he's going very strongly with about 10 laps left remaining now. As the gaps all start to settle out and the drivers get into their own rhythms. I mean, Acosta still very much pressuring the lead SPM driver at the moment. Acosta all over the back of him these last couple of laps in the battle for 5th position. And I feel like there could still be some much needed justice now for Popo. He's been sort of battered around, isn't he, this race? He cannot get a break from other drivers being around him. One minute he's being hounded by his own teammate, then it's someone else, then there's a collision, then he's in 5th, then he's in 7th, and once he finally gets a break in the top 5, Acosta just will not leave him alone, constantly hounding him, wearing him down, giving him those body punches to see what he's made of. And right now it's not being made of enough because Acosta gets a run to the inside as they cross the line. And I don't think that Popo's going to be able to cut it off. He should get the inside line into turn number 1. And he goes a bit wide, but he's got the move stuck. Watch out for Popo on the cut back of turn 2. He does it beautifully well. And again to the inside goes Acosta. What great defending that was by Popo. He lost it for a moment, immediately back on the counter-attack. And now gets himself in a very enviable position. So I think there's still a lot of untold mystery here today. And we just don't know what the end solution is really going to be at this stage. Right now, Acosta's 5th, Diamondback's 4th, Secadilla 3rd, that's a second. Grafindel leads. But it's not over once again until that checkered flag falls. And we say cars are unpredictable. Karts just take it to a whole new level. You never know what sort of race they're going to produce, who's going to win. Even the fastest drivers can have a moment of inconsistency. Grafindel from Lazo, Secadilla in 3rd place, Diamondback still 4th, Acosta's in 5th, 6th is in Ganj, 7th is Arrowsworth, 8th Popo, 9th is Ragster, and 10th at the moment is Darek. So, one minutes has been here for Darek today, still got quite a lot of work to do. A bit wide there was Ragster. Now, Popo's in 8th still, so Ragster is pushing a bit too hard at the moment from 9th. He's had a very troublesome race again, hasn't he? But we've just actually realised that Diamondback may actually be catching Secadilla. He did a 52.8 last time by to a 53.1 from Secadilla. So Diamondback is really starting to apply the pressure now, isn't he? What is he capable of? Really little hairpin, there you go. So let's just maybe take a ride on board actually then with Diamondback, since he's doing so well at the moment. So currently P4. And to really attack now Secadilla in 3rd into that hairpin. He runs a much wider line. Just to see if he can get a bit of drive. And look how close he runs to that apex. He's not mounting the curves. He's not being overly aggressive, but he's got that wheel position perfect. There's no oversteer. He's just grazing that yellow line each and every time. Take a look on board with him as you're going towards that first corner. Lap number 23 or 27. Look, just touches the yellow line, touches the yellow line. Yellow line there again. Yellow line almost there, but obviously you have to go a bit tighter in. Yellow line, no apex. Yellow line, no apex. This is just precision driving from Diamondback. You wonder how he's gaining so quickly. This is why. There's no oversteer, there's no fighting the car. He's not wrestling it like a gladiator trying to kill a lion with his bare hands. He's simply just beautifully grating it around this circuit. It is fantastic to watch. I've not seen driving this precise, this calm, this collected for a very, very long time in Simraceway. People these days just tend to rag the car around the circuit and see how far they can get, especially with the go-karts or the Evos. But not Diamondback. He's playing it very cautiously. It's absolutely beautiful to watch. And just as I say that, I think he's made a bit of an error, hasn't he? Yeah, he's got a bit of oversteer into the corner, which is not really what he wanted there, is it? As he comes out of the hairpin, but he is still pushing. He's only a couple seconds away, and with a few laps remaining, he could still have something to give in the fight with Segadila if there's an incident up front. But 20 seconds clear, and starting at number 25 is Graufinder. What a drive it's been for Graufinder PL at the moment. This has just been sensational. Another drive from the front of the grid, which could well end up in a victory. I haven't seen driving like this in, well, across all the races as well for quite some time now. I mean, we've seen it, what, 3 races in a row now? We've seen a winner from pole position, but none more dominant than this. 20 seconds clear. We thought 3 seconds was a big margin, but now Graufinder takes that to new heights, doesn't he? Now Lazarus still P2 at the moment. Third is Segadila, fourth is Diamondback, Akos is in fifth. Engange and Arisworks could still have a bit of unfinished business on the circuit. 2.5 laps remaining, and Arisworks is getting quite close to the back of Engange. I'm sure the SPM driver now he's actually passed Popo, so Popo was fifth. And now down to 8th place. It's not been an ideal scenario for him at all, is it? Very, very unfortunate as the two round that hairpin in towards the S's again. And they dive down out of the final corner they come. Engange over the line. Arisworks was actually 2/10 slower that time by as they start the penultimate lap. So not an ideal situation at all in terms of that. Findle leads yet another lap to start his final lap of the afternoon. The man has just been simply dominant. There's no other word for it. Rags is slowing down. Is Rags out of fuel or is that a problem? Watch out for Darek trying to pass in there for 9th. He's got the job done. Now, is Rags just going slowly? No, he's going back full speed again, but it's been a bizarre, bizarre day. So Darek has had a bit of a problem. Now Ragster down to 10th place. Darek's just overtaken him for 9th. How bizarre that is. We'll try and get you an update as to what's going on there shortly, but for right now, the only update you need is that Graufinder is about to come out of the final corner for the last time today and go across the start-finish line as a race winner. Graufinder wins the second round in your free-to-play championship here at Simraceway. Lazarus is going to come through any moment to take second position. He's not that far away. It'll be Segadila that takes third. Diamondback, who came close but not quite close enough in P4. Acosta takes fifth. Man, Ragster went wide to let Graufinder by, hence why I lost the position. So Acosta's going to take fifth. Sixth between Engange and Arisworks, still up for grabs at the moment. Arisworks looking for any kind of way through. He's only got one more corner to do it. I don't think he's got enough pace in all honesty. He goes a much wider tighter line to get through. Not enough. Engange takes 6th. Arisworks 7th. 8th is Popo. 9th is Ragster. 10th is Clark 10th. 11th Darek. 12th Bolinas. And out of the race was our only retirement, Litos 76. One retirement from 3 races is not bad. 4 races actually. Not bad going at all, is it? So a massive congratulations to our dominant Graufinder. We'll be right back with you for the final race of the night very, very shortly. So qualifying for the final race in your weekend evening racing here for your Simraceway free-to-play championship 2014 is underway then. The Sonoma go-kart course has already provided us with some breathtaking action so far, some very interesting results, and in turn what could be one of the biggest races of this championship then. B13 currently sits on pole by less than a tenth of a second. Cortese sits behind him, Elite Speedway in third, Grafindel fourth, AGO6 is in fifth place, NX Van Panther as low as sixth position. So the man who decimated in week 1 is struggling in week 2 here, it seems. Still 4 minutes to go and he is only 3/10 away from a second row grid position. But it does seem that the man at the moment who did so well in week 1 that karts may not be his specialty after all. And that in fact Van Panther, the man who seems so invincible, of course claiming the World Touring Car Championship, does indeed have a weakness. Now only time will tell if it comes through to fruition and maybe starts to impact this championship or no. Of course we still have the Lancer next week as well, so we go from the Formula 3, we've got the Evo, we've got this go-kart as well. Some brilliant free content where you can get hold of absolutely free of charge over at simraceway.com. So the question is, if Van Panther's only practiced 2 of them, or is not feeling as confident in the go-kart, he has to make up with the other 2. If he doesn't, he is going to really struggle, and that's going to be a big issue come the end of this championship. It really is a case of who is the jack of all trades and who is the master of none. Still 3 minutes to go, and it is still at the top of the timesheets. Grafindel, PLC Grafindel, having already won the B race, now topping the A race quali as well. There's just no stopping him. He's an absolute loose cannon. He's just flying around this circuit like it's nobody's business. Absolutely breathtaking so far. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. I mean, you've got to feel like that Grafindel is just doing something very special in this go-kart here today, and something that you wouldn't see very often. Two minutes remaining. Let's just take a look now at some of the other drivers that are in and around the top 5. Luke Sky is currently 6th place. You've got Elite Speedway in 4th, who's only a couple of moments behind. AGO6 is in 5th. Moddy Racers in 6th. I mean, Van Panther down to 7th now. Not good news for Van Panther. The thing is, with the World Touring Car Championship, if you got a bad qualifying, it meant you got a great grid position for race number 2. With this championship, there is no race number 2. And with this race looking to last about half an hour, and it's going to take it to about, I reckon, 9:30 maybe, at most in the evening GMT time, that it's going to run quite late on into the night, and these drivers are not only going to get tired as well, that fatigue if they've been up quite a while during their local time zones or anything like that. There are a number of factors with this sort of race, and especially with no redeeming factor of a second race, or that second chance of saving grace, so to speak, that Van Panther's got to perform, and he's got to do it now. Now, we have seen some late additions to the qualifying standings before. Are we going to see another late jump up the order by Van Panther, or are we not? Only time will really tell, but with laps taken about 50 seconds, it's going to be very, very intriguing, isn't it, to see just how much these drivers can push on. Only 52 seconds after quali then, and Grafindel has got, it seems, pole position wrapped up at the moment. We don't know if it's going to stay that way, if there's going to be maybe a late drama or a late switch. You just never know anymore, do you? With this sort of qualifying, where you see so many changes all the time, drivers going left, right and centre. But now as Grafindel starts another lap, he doesn't improve his last one, but he will get one more shot at this as the time's got 23 seconds remaining. B13's in second, needs to improve as he comes towards the end of the lap. Cortese's third, Elite Speedway fourth. ORC, another team now with Michel. He crosses the line very shortly, just rounds the final corner. And couldn't do anything incredibly well that time, but inside the top 5. What can Van Panther do at the moment then? He's got still a long, long way to go until the end of the lap. Who's in the pits? Elite Speedway's in the pits as the session comes to a close. Grafindel is also. B13 over the line to take pole. Can't do it. So Grafindel will be wiping the sweat from his forehead. Not as dominating as he was in the B race. But nonetheless, he's still on pole position. The tea won't be being drunk in the paddock this time. It'll be more likely be a case of sitting on the edge of your seat and seeing what the times are. Cortese crosses, cannot improve. Well, he does, but it's not good enough to take second. AGO6 in the pits, as is Elite Speedway. Here comes ORC. Michel then, the debutant here today. Will he get himself an impressive finish? He stays 6th, Van Panther 7th, Luke Sky 8th, Andre 9th, Reno 10th, Capabomber 11th, Noddy 12th, PA 13th, and Kruger in 14th position. Okay, so the final race of the evening then in your free-to-play championship race number 2. Here before going into week 3 next weekend, the go-karts at Sonoma. What can the drivers do here today? Our race winner from week number 1, Van Panther, starts all the way down the field. Grafindel won the B race. He's now going to drive 33 more laps and win the A race if he can, but there's a restart coming. Now we'll find out what it is in just a moment. We'll be right back with you shortly. So we're back then with the final race of your evening. Apologies for the delay. We believe we've got all of the problems sorted now then. The 900 to 1100 A race about to get underway. Graufinkel, that won the B race, that took pole in the B race, looks to do the first ever double here in Simraceway. He's got off to a very slow start. B13 takes the lead. AGO6 passes him. Cortese's going to pass him. Graufinkel there off to such a slow start. That's a real shame for him. As they go down into the first corner, there's contact. That's got to be a restart, surely. I think it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, there is a restart on the way. So after third time lucky then, we're back for the final race here in your Simraceway free-to-play championship. Round 2 coming to you from your Sonoma Raceway go-kart circuit. What can Graufinkel do going into the first corner? B13 starts on the outside. Of course, Graufinkel won the B race earlier on, took pole in the B race. We'll be looking to do the same here in the A race, the first ever double and another slow start. And B13 punishes him for that one as they'll swarm down into the hairpin for the first time today. Already we've got a spinner off in the background. Now that is Mr. PA, so not looking good there. But Van Panther up to 4th. He started 7th. Now, we said this was a man who won last week, of course. He's normally a front runner, but he's off onto the gravel. And all of that hard work comes undone. He's now down to 6th. So, of course, a 33-lap race. This is going to be a real chore for him to see if he can move his way all the way up through the field to maybe even take a win under extraordinary circumstances. Graufinkel looks to take the lead back. He does so after B13 provisionally took it from him a couple of moments ago. So Graufinkel leads, B13 second, third place is AGO6, fourth Cortese, Elite Speedway 5th, Van Panther 6th, Capabama 7th, Reno 8th, 9th is Kruger, 10th PA, 11th Luke Sky, 12th Noddy, 13th Andre Passer, and 14th is ORC making his debut after a terrible start there he had as well. Phil clamber through the second corner for the first time. With less than a minute a lap here as well, and off goes AGO6 again. He can't be doing that. He's really struggling and he's already lost a couple of positions because of that, I think. He's got to be careful, AGO6. And now Inex Van Panther, he's back down to where he started in 7th. May just punish him for it. We don't know just yet, but he's looking for it to the inside and both of them off onto the grass. A very abrupt cross there. Looked like a rookie error to me by AGO6. So Van Panther does get the position. He does move into P5, but can't be doing that. That was a very silly manoeuvre to be making, there's no doubt about it. Bomber 7th, Renault in 8th, 9th is Kruger, 10th Pierre, 11th Luke Sky, Nobby races there as well, but it's all been a very, very confusing start to the race, isn't it? Van Hadden still P5 as AGO6 looks to try and get back through. And we'll see if anything comes of that soon as Kappa Bomber hits the back of Renault, goes a bit wide, and I think both up onto the grass. Renault taking the real brunt of that one. He shouldn't have been hit at all, but unfortunate circumstance there as Renault shuffles off, gets overtaken there by Andre Passer as well. Let's see if there can be... Oh, and Andre Passer's off in the wall. So just as he gets through, he loses all that progress right away. Down into the first corner then comes Kruger and Kappa Bomber. Kruger in 12th, looking to the inside. No avail there. He's going to be really a bit more cautious when overtaking for sure. The apex is on this kart circuit. Do not forgive you for errors. You've got to be on top of your game. And now I'm talking of on top of your game. Look at this, 3 drivers here. Renault trying to attack Luke Sky. Can he maybe get to the inside or no? He's definitely looking for it. And almost a get hit there by Michal, who making his debut here today. Went a bit too deep into the corner, lost the back end of the car again. He really is now starting to struggle. But now into that left-hander. Look at this as well. Renault trying to attack Luke Sky. Over the line they go. 53 seconds for Renault, 54 for Luke. So he was quicker that time with Renault. And Luke Sky, as we said, normally hovers around 8th place. We always say every week whereabouts he, well, consistently lies between 7th and 9th position. And that, once again, is the case here today. 5 laps into the race then. Or 4 laps at least. And Renault is looking to really try and apply the pressure to the back of Luke Sky. AGO6 is there as well. Look at Elite Speedway. Cortese, B13 and Graufinder once again pulling away. This time 2-second lead. It's not the 19 seconds he won by last race. But it is still pretty convincing at this early stage. There's no two ways about it. Graufinder's been simply on fire. Absolutely brilliant so far. But is his run going to continue or no? Only time will tell as to how much effort is going to be required to overthrow Graufinder. The main man who we thought it should have been to do so. He's currently a long way down the order. That man is Van Hadden and has had no response whatsoever. Where he had a great start and then it was immediately ripped from him once again, just 1 corner later. Talking of Van Hadden though, he's now back up to 4th, about 4 seconds away from Elite Speedway at the moment, so there's still a lot that can be contested between those two. Speedway's in 3rd place, 2nd is B13, 1st is Graufinder. And in fact the gap's come down. It was a 52.0 for BB13, reeled him right in by 0.3 of a second last time by. B13 making a bit of progress now on the race leader. We'll see if this trend continues into the next few laps or no. Definitely looking like it could well be something to keep an eye on in the next coming laps though, doesn't it? Graufinder about to come towards the end of another lap. He's just making his way out of that chicane again and onto the back straight. Let's keep an eye on exactly how much pressure this man is going to be going to have to exert. Because through he goes a 52.1, 52.0, so quicker again is B13. He's definitely getting there, isn't he? But can he get there before Elite Speedway gets to him? Because Elite Speedway's on a 52.4, he wasn't even that far away. He's getting a bit closer now. Battle starting to appear all the way through the field now. Michal and Luke Sky could still be one of them. He needs to have been back and forth the last few laps at least as we come towards the end of the opening third of the race. There could still be maybe a twist and a turn in that battle at least. I mean, we've still got the battle for the lead to contend with as well. Yet still a lot to come here from Simraceway, including the midweek championships, our midweek World Touring Car Championship as well. All open setup, which makes it so different from the ones we've seen so far. So taking a look a bit further up the order, Cortese and Van Panther is going to be a very, very intriguing battle to keep an eye on. Van Panther, you say, a race winner here, a championship winner here in Simraceway, and is now being put under a lot of trouble from G Cortese. These two know each other extremely well. They've risen through the ranks of the skill quad together, and now fight side by side just one more time here when they start lap number 11, well, lap number 10 of 33. The question is, what can Van Panther do? We used to see him attack and pull away and be simply untouchable on a race circuit, but now we're seeing him under a new scenario. It's almost like Sebastian Vettel in 2013 and Vettel in 2014. The man who dominated one season, now in a slightly different bit of machinery, one that he's not as comfortable with, is now in a completely different scenario where he's having to adapt, react, and still be that champion driver that we know he is. Time's going to tell if he can do it or no, though. Cortese's getting closer and closer each time. And down in towards that last corner again, and look how close Cortese's getting. And the only trouble with these go-karts is slipstreaming. They're not designed to draft, of course. You can't really do much, but to the inside of turn number 1, made the intention clear. Bit of a nudge on Van Panther. He was reluctant to move, and in turn, a tiny bit of contact between the two drivers was always inevitable. But that one is definitely a sign to Cortese that if he's going to pass, he's going to be a little more careful. Van Panther and Cortese have been the two to watch. What about Michel and Piet? Piet is currently in 7th place. We're on lap 11 here of 33. As Luke Sky's just getting closer and closer each time now as well. He's dropped down to 9th after a pass. Now trying to maybe a sneaky way through. He's got Piet up in front of him, so these three drivers all looking to respectively get themselves towards the top 5 positions during this race. Great to see, wouldn't it, right at the end, but we still don't know how this is going to pay out yet. And look at the battle for the race lead as well. B13 still applying heaps and heaps of pressure on the back of Grauffindel, who seems to have a new passion, which is knocking over cones. We'll see how that plays out, but right now Grauffindel looking to be maybe under a little bit of pressure. We haven't seen this before. We used to see him accelerate away so quickly it's painful to watch, and it's almost like an alien in control. And now, seemingly out of nowhere, he's under a seemingly different scenario now. He's got to work differently. He's got to read how the race is being driven differently. He's got to approach every corner differently. Question is, so I mean, he's pulling away right there, but now they are approaching some lap traffic. This could be key. I mean, we don't know just how he's going to react to that either. I mean, he could really struggle in just a few seconds, or you said before, this kart circuit is very narrow, and obviously 1 wide is tricky enough. Getting 2 wide with the oversteer problems that we've seen here could really be a bit of a problem for some of these drivers here today. Especially when you're trying to overtake a lap car, and I mean, they're just not shifting out of the way properly, and next thing you know, B13 is only 1.4 seconds away at the moment. It's all over that rear end, applying heaps of pressure you cannot defend. So actually taking a look at this now, this is going to be probably the most important factor. Kruger does go wide, so very respectful driving there by Kruger. Will he do the same for B13? Yes, he does. Very respectful driving. Very well done to him indeed there. And that could have easily gone a completely different way, couldn't it? So extremely well to let that go through, and that's what we like about Simraceway, that kind of racing and respect between the drivers. So run through the order then as we approach a half race distance. Grafindel leads, second B13, then it's Speedway, Van Panther, Cortese, AGO6, PA, Luke Sky and Michel. Now that's the battle to watch. 7th, 8th and 9th. All three drivers still relatively close together. Still all pressuring as well, and Luke Sky goes wide. Michel says thank you very much, and the LRC team driver gets himself into the top 8. Good move, capitalising on a mistake. Now let's just see how much this is going to affect his future. So the three drivers still relatively, at the moment, close together, but we don't know if that's going to change as Luke Sky's had a bit of an off, and in fact I say a bit of an off, that is a massive off. So down to P10, Reno goes through, and a bad race there. This goes from bad to worse for Luke Sky 18, not what he intended whatsoever, as he starts at number 16 out of 33. Grafindel still leads by about 3 seconds now, so he's managed the traffic situation slightly better than B1386, there's no two ways about it. Elite Speedway is there in second place, and still keeping him company at the moment, well, third place I should say. Elite Speedway 3 seconds adrift at the moment. Amanda's still fourth and about 10 seconds away there. 52.6 for him, 3/10 slower than the man he's chasing. So Elite Speedway in third, whilst he's not in direct competition with anyone. A mistake would set Van Panther loose right on his tail, and that is one Panther you do not want to go and visit at the zoo, because it will eat you alive. Van Panther looking to eagerly try and get himself back in the podium contention here. Fourth place will be disappointing by his standards, but he did start 7th. So it's not all doom and gloom. He has had a productive start. It didn't all happen immediately though. He did struggle at first. He's now been able to get himself a bit further upfield and catch Elite Speedway. The next car directly in front of him, however, isn't Elite Speedway. That is Kruger, a lapped kart. So that will not be for race position. And that could be a fault on its own, really, couldn't it? You just never know exactly how much that Elite Speedway's got on his tank, and we'll take a look at lap times next time by. They're about a quarter of the way through the lap at the moment. All the other battles seem to have died down at the moment, actually, as we say this now. I mean, other than Cortese and Van Panther, I mean, G. Cortese's still pressuring Van Panther at the moment. For a 52.9, a 52.1 for Elite Speedway. So I mean, that's the difference there already. Elite Speedway's in third, actually 8/10 of a second faster than Van Panther, and now Cortese actually was 4/10 faster than the man in fourth position. So Van Panther, this dominant man we were talking about, he's been a Sebastian Vettel, could still be under a lot of fire at the moment. Cortese with a violent snap of the wheel there, and you can see already that was never going to go to plan. Cortese sweeping through, starting to lose a bit of grip now, perhaps trying a bit too hard maybe, you never know. But either way, you couldn't blame him, could you? I mean, he's doing everything in his power right now to get past, and none of it seems to be working. Van Panther has parked his kart absolutely solidly at the moment. Showing no sign of letting up whatsoever. They go down the back straight now. Still a 52.3 for Cortese, a 52.5 for Van Panther, a 52.4 for Elite Speedway, so even faster there. More surprisingly, Cortese was faster than the man who's in third place. Now B13's dropped 4 seconds back on Graufindo, which is, I'm sure, news he won't want to be seeing on the top right hand corner of his screen, because he's got now a lot of work to do. Through they go again, up through the S's to complete lap number 20, and they'll start lap number 21. So AGO6, Cortese, and now should be on. Where's AGO6 come from all of a sudden? AGO6 has been tearing up the circuit recently, and now it's become a three-way duel. So not only is Cortese going to worry about passing Van Panther, he's now got to worry about the lingering threat of maybe AGO6 just crawling up those backstairs and being a lingering threat, just waiting to pick up on anything that he does wrong. So now let's just try and keep an eye on what AGO6 is doing. Maybe take a ride on board then with AGO6 and see what he's capable of, because now Cortese's had a bit of an error. Looks to me like AGO6 is looking poised and ready to break himself into that top 5. We're going to have about 12 laps of racing to go. But AG did have a pit request a moment ago apparently, so it's fuel issues for the man in 6th. I mean, that would explain his lightning pace, wouldn't it? How he's got no fuel in the tank. He's simply flying around this circuit like he's consumed numerous cans of Red Bull. Cortese there just going a bit wide. I'm sure not on his game plan at all. And pulling away there was Van Panther for a short moment. Oh, he's gone off! Is he completely gone or no? I mean, what's happened there? Cortese just completely... Oh, he's in the wall! What's happened there? Now the driver's in the wall and he somehow got himself into... I'm so confused. But he speared off the racetrack. If I'm not mistaken, that's got to be a wheel problem. I may be wrong, but there's no way that a kart would just spear off the track like that out of nowhere down the straight. So Cortese becomes our first retirement. And unfortunately there, that is a real problem for him. He was looking so strong earlier on. An absolutely unbelievable scene then to Cortese. Just, it looked like he swerved off the circuit. This has left AGO6 to battle with Van Panther now. This is going to be really interesting. Can AGO6 find a way through? He's almost kissing that rear end there, getting so close to the back of a previous Sim Raceway Championship winner. And in fact, a bit too close there. He's going to the inside and the ring's going to cut off so swiftly that it may as well not bother trying to pass there. That was never going to be in the game plan, was it? So Van Panther clings on for a minute. Elite Speedway is safely in third, 3 seconds behind B13. Graufindo, meanwhile, eking out the seconds, isn't he now? He's 6 seconds clear at the front of the field. What a drive it's been again. It just seems to happen every race now, doesn't it? That he does pull away and establish that sense of dominance. Again, another Ace or a Coloresque drive here. It's been, I'll tell you, if he can clinch the B race and the A race, that will be absolutely amazing. I mean, it's a feat that not many drivers have done. I mean, in the history of Sim Raceway, I'm just trying to think now back. I mean, I don't think Ace or a Colour ever did a double in a B and an A. I don't think many drivers have at all, actually. Some have got maybe top 5s in both or podiums in both. If you discount away the reverse grids as well, I'm pretty sure that this will be a first. This will be a Simraceway record. Again, if I'm wrong, then be sure to correct me. My Twitter's at LiamJenkins21. But I do think that if he can do this, this will be a Simraceway record. 2 wins in a B race and an A race, and someone's off there. It's one of the lap cars. Who is it? I think it's Noddy Racer from P11, so it's not the news he wanted to see whatsoever, is it? Real one misfortune there for Noddy, down to P11. Such a shame. Andre Parcelo is 10th, 9th is Reno, 8th Luke, 7th PA, 6th Michelle, 5th AGO, Van Hamper's 4th, and Speedway 3rd, B13 2nd, and Grafindel is in P1 currently, looking to end yet another lap in the lead of this race. Again, another race where he has actually dropped the lead. He did at the start, got it back, I think literally a few corners later at most. So Grafindel is 5 seconds clear, I believe, at the moment of B13, and a bit further back, AGO still trying to hang on to the back of Van Panther with no real other threats coming from anyone else in the field, and his competitor is 21 seconds away and quite a lot slower as well, so he won't have to worry about anything like that. He just can focus on the cars in front of him. But I think if we've learned anything here today, it's that even with the free content in Simraceway, we do get exciting racing. We do get that sense of adrenaline, that intensity that you don't know what's going to happen, that thrill ride, the emotional roller coaster, and a sense of unpredictability. If you haven't downloaded Simraceway yet, go to simraceway.com, and it's all free of charge. Everything you see here is free. The entry to the championship is free, the kart is free, the track is absolutely free. All of our tracks are free, 3 free vehicles, and the rest you can earn with in-game credits and a true driver career ladder. So if you ever wanted to be a racing driver, but like me, you're either absolutely terrible in a go-kart, or you're simply just don't quite have the funds, then this is an alternative way to break into motorsport. You can break up through your Simraceway motorsport career, start in the go-kart, go to either sports cars, open wheels, prototypes, ovals. We've got the Indy cars as well, historic racing, touring cars, any sort of racing you can imagine. Even a Morgan 3-wheeler is on there as well. So anything you can imagine that you want to compete in, you can do it here in Simraceway, and many of our drivers already do. So be sure to get over to simraceway.com and download it absolutely free of charge today. Start your virtual career right now. About 29 of 33, and AGO6 maybe getting a bit closer to Van Panther than we thought he probably would have in clean space. Van Panther hasn't been able to pull away as much as he would have liked, and that may punish him very, very shortly. He's defended very honourably here today, very valiantly indeed. Oh, he spotted it! AGO6 spins, he's in the wall! And just as I said, he got a good run out the corner. It was too good to be true. There's no other term for it. The run was too good. He carried too much speed. The back wheels kicked off, and with that lack of grip, the car just slides away from you. If that was a Mitsubishi, he may have saved it, but with a go-kart, it's a completely different issue. AGO6 spears off into the grass, and that has surely ended any chance of 4th position that he may have previously had. Absolutely heart-wrenching, isn't it, for him? It really is. And the rest of the drivers now coming towards the end of their races. No real battles on the field now. It's just a case of bringing the kart to the end. Grafindel still navigating his way through traffic at the moment. But my goodness me. You just cannot script this, can you? It was such an unfortunate incident, and it was completely user-inflicted as well. There was no contact or anything like that. So Grafindel now makes his way through the left-handers up through the chicane again to start what will be his penultimate lap very, very shortly. He's driven incredibly well here today and on par to set a new Simraceway record as the first driver to ever win 2 back-to-back races in 2 different skill quants. Only time will tell if he's able to do it or no, though. It's going to be a big stretch. It's a big ask for him to do. I think we're all very, very excited to see the prospect of Grafindel. Again, he's one of those drivers that has evolved so much with Simraceway, and we started him off, of course, back in the 700 to 900, or in fact the 500 to 900 skill quants, and he was always inconsistent. And yes, he had good results, he always had good pace, but he could never get that racecraft down. And now in this championship, the free-to-play championship, he's come alive. It's like a completely different driver, and he's just setting a new standard here today. The penultimate lap is well underway for him. I think actually the final lap's underway. Yes, it is. So through the final corner he's going to go, and what an incredible drive this has been. There's only one way to spend this final lap, and that is on board with Grafindel PL, because no one else is getting even close to this man. I've never seen dominance like this in all of Simraceway. If you haven't tried it yet, get to simraceway.com and experience the thrill of crossing the line. A 2-time winner, 2 races in one night, that's been done before. But to win a B race in your skill quad, an automatic entry into the A race, then take pole position, then win, has never been done. Absolutely incredible. A new breed of racing driver has been born here today. Grafindel PL is a record holder in Simraceway. 2 wins in 2 races, a pole position and a victory in both. And he is the A-race winner for round 2 of your free-to-play championship. B13A6 takes a marvellous 2nd place. 3rd is Elite Speedway, 4th Van Panther. He will be happy with that considering he started in 7th. AGO6 will finish in 5th position. 6th place will be Mr. PA, or will it though? Michelle's following him all the way to the line. This battle's only just come alive. What can the LRC driver do through the chicane? Gets very close, only one more corner to go though. He's got to find a way through here. And can he get alongside as a run to the line? He can't quite get his cart there. PA gets it by about 1/10 of a second. So Minchao takes 7th, 8th for Luke Sky, 9th Renault, 10th will be Andre Passer, 11th Moddy Racer, 12th Krauger, 13th Kappa and our only retirement, G Cortese. Now bear in mind Cortese, it was a spontaneous retirement out of nowhere. The kart just veered to the left off the circuit. It looked like a wheel error to me. I may be wrong now, it could have been some sort of computer issue or hardware issue, we don't know. But a massive thank you to all of the drivers who competed here today, whether you're in the 500 to 700 skill quad or the 900 to 1100. You've given me a fantastic evening of entertainment, and so have you given that entertainment to all of the people watching this broadcast as well. Breathtaking racing from start to finish, using all free content here on Simraceway. As we say, if you don't quite have it yet, be sure to get over to simraceway.com and download it now. But go-karts are definitely an exciting vehicle to try, aren't they? So, to our cameraman for providing us once again a very entertaining broadcast, Dimitri, a massive thank you to you. I'm sure your work is greatly appreciated by every single member of the Simraceway team. To our events administrator Kosako for making all of this possible in the first place, and once again providing us with a great kart and track combo in this case. And to all of you guys at home for watching the broadcast, and for Jonathan Haswell, the man behind the mask of Simraceway, who gave birth to what is simply a fantastic product. From myself, Liam Jenkins, I'll see you in the midweek championship for the World Touring Car Series. Have a good weekend. I'll see you soon.